Hello. Hi. Um, my fucking video always looks like it's slower than it should be. I don't know why. Anyway, um, I hope I sound okay. If I'd be able to check my do this real quick. Let me mute my mic really fast. Sounds okay to me. Sort of. I'm still getting like feedback that is like it's just because of this fucking mic. I could use my headset and go back to that, but I kind of prefer it like this, even if the mic sucks for now. I just like it because it has a stand. The stand makes it easy. I just don't know if I sound too audible until I can get a better mic. I'm kind of just sticking with. I might shop around on Amazon and see if there's any deals for like the one with a stand. 'Cause that's what I really want is one with a stand. Hold on, I'm gonna mute one more time. I'm just gonna check the sound. And like right now, I feel like I sound okay if I just don't talk too loud, which is impossible sometimes.
Shut your bitch ass up!
Sorry. Stupid ass bitch. Did I save that fucking picture? Oh. I don't think I saved it right. I thought I. It didn't save like progress, which is kind of pissing me off right now. There. This is one of the reasons I like SciTube. It has this recover work feature. It usually consistently always recovers the last thing I did, even if I didn't save it, which is pretty cool. That's dope. Challenge. Might put on something interesting. Damn it. I forgot where I left off.
It's his voice, deep and steady, sometimes quirking up with amusement, or deepening even more with anger, or just staying steady because he was thinking. Thinking of, thinking about, thinking. Danny sighed quietly, and his body slumped on the curb, as if all the muscles had gone out of it. He was fully conscious. He saw the street and the girl and boy walking up the sidewalk on the other side, holding hands because they were in love? So happy about the day and themselves together in the day. He saw autumn leaves blowing along the gutter, yellow cartwheels of irregular shape. He saw the house they were passing and noticed how the roof was covered with shingles. I guess it'll be no problem if the flashing's okay. Yeah, that'll do, be all right. That Watson. Christ, what a character. Wish there was a place for him in the play. I'll end up with the whole fucking human race in it if I don't watch out. Yeah, shingles. Are there nails out there? Oh shit, forgot to ask him. Well, they're simple to get, Sidewinder hardware store. Wasps. They're nesting this time of year. I might want to get one of those bug bombs in case they're there when I rip up the old shingles. New shingles. Old shingles. So that's what he was thinking about. He had gotten the job and was thinking about shingles. Danny didn't know who Watson was, but everything else seemed clear enough, and he might get to see a wasp's nest. Just as sure as his name was Danny. Danny. He looked up and there was Tony, far up the street, standing by a stop sign and waving. Danny, as always, felt a warm burst of pleasure at seeing his old friend. But this time he seemed to feel a prick of fear, too, as if Tony had come with some darkness hidden behind his back. A jar of wasps, which when released would sting deeply. But there was no question of not going. He slumped further down on the curb, his hands sliding laxly from his thighs and dangling below the fork of his crotch. His chin sank onto his chest. Then there was a dim, painless tug, as part of him got up and ran after Tony, into funneling darkness. Danny. Now the darkness was shot with swirling whiteness. A coughing, whooping sound and bending, tortured shadows that resolved themselves into fir trees at night, being pushed by a screaming gale. Snow swirled and danced, snow everywhere. Too deep, Tony said from the darkness, and there was a sadness in his voice that terrified Danny. Too deep to get out. Another shape, looming, rearing, huge and rectangular, a sloping roof, whiteness that was blurred in the stormy darkness. Many windows, a long building with a shingled roof. Some of the shingles were greener, newer. His daddy put them on, with nails from the Sidewinder hardware store. Now the snow was covering the shingles. It was covering everything. A green witchlight glowed into being on the front of the building, flickered, and became a giant grinning skull over two crossed bones. Poison, Tony said from the floating darkness. Poison. Other signs flickered past his eyes, some in green letters, some of them on boards stuck at leaning angles into the snowdrifts. No swimming. Danger. Live wires. This property condemned. High voltage. Third rail. Danger of death. Keep off. Keep out. No trespassing. Violators will be shot on sight. He understood none of them completely. He couldn't read, but got a sense of all, and a dreamy terror floated into the dark hollows of his body like light brown spores that would die in sunlight. They faded. Now he was in a room filled with strange furniture, a room that was dark. Snow spattered against the windows like thrown sand. His mouth was dry, his eyes like hot marbles, his heart trip-hammering in his chest. Outside there was a hollow booming noise, like a dreadful door being thrown wide. Footfalls. Across the room was a mirror, and deep down in its silver bubble a single word appeared in green fire. And that word was red rum. The room faded. Another room. He knew, would know, this one. An overturned chair, a broken window with snow swirling in. Already it had frosted the edge of the rug. The drapes had been pulled free and hung on their broken rod at an angle. A low cabinet lying on its face. More hollow booming noises, steady, rhythmic, horrible. Smashing glass. Approaching destruction. A hoarse voice, the voice of a madman, made the more terrible by its familiarity. Come out! Came out, you little shit! Take your medicine! Crash, crash, crash. Splintering wood. A bellow of rage and satisfaction. Red rum. Coming. Drifting across the room. Pictures torn off the walls. A record player, Mommy's record player, overturned on the floor. Her records. Grieg, Handel, the Beatles, Art Garfunkel, Bach, Liszt. Thrown everywhere. Broken into jagged black pie wedges. A shaft of light coming from another room, the bathroom. Harsh white light and a word flickering on and off in the medicine cabinet mirror like a red eye. Red rum. Red rum. Red rum. No, he whispered. No. Tony, please. And, dangling over the white porcelain lip of the bathtub, a hand. Limp. A slow trickle of blood. Red rum. Trickling down one of the fingers. The third. Dripping onto the tile from the carefully shaped nail. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh please, Tony, you're scaring me. Red rum. Red rum. Red rum. Stop it, Tony, stop it. Fading. In the darkness, the booming noises grew louder, louder still, echoing, everywhere, all around. And now he was crouched in a dark hallway, crouched on a blue rug with a riot of twisting black shapes woven into its pile, listening to the booming noises approach, and now a shape turned the corner and began to come toward him, lurching, smelling of blood and doom. It had a mallet in one hand and it was swinging it. Red rum. From side to side in vicious arcs, slamming it into the walls, cutting the silk wallpaper and knocking out ghostly bursts of plaster dust. "Come on and take your medicine. Take it like a man." The shape advancing on him, reeking of that sweet, sour odor. Gigantic, the mallet head cutting across the air with a wicked, hissing whisper. Then the great hollow boom as it crashed into the wall, sending the dust out in a puff you could smell, dry and itchy. Tiny red eyes glowed in the dark. The monster was upon him. It had discovered him, cowering here with a blank wall at his back. And the trapdoor in the ceiling was locked. Darkness. Drifting. Tony. Please take me back. Please. Please. And he was back, sitting on the curb of Arapahoe Street, his shirt sticking damply to his back, his body bathed in sweat. In his ears, he could still hear that huge contrapuntal booming sound and smell his own urine as he voided himself in the extremity of his terror. He could see that limp hand dangling over the edge of the tub, with blood running down one finger, the third, and that inexplicable word, so much more horrible than any of the others. Red rum. And now sunshine. Real things. Except for Tony, now 6 blocks up, only a speck, standing on the corner, his voice faint and high and sweet. "Be careful, Doc." Then in the next instant, Tony was gone, and Daddy's battered red bug was turning the corner and chattering up the street, farting blue smoke behind it. Danny was off the curb in a second, waving, jiving from one foot to the other, yelling, "Daddy! Hey, Dad! Hi! Hi!" His daddy swung the VW into the curb, killed the engine, and opened the door. Danny ran toward him and then froze, his eyes widening. His heart crawled up into the middle of his throat and froze solid. Beside his daddy, in the other front seat, was a short-handled mallet, its head clotted with blood and hair. Then it was just a bag of groceries.
Oh, wow.
"Danny, you okay, Doc?" "Yeah, I'm okay."
Sure.
He went to his daddy and buried his face in Daddy's sheepskin-lined denim jacket and hugged him tight, tight, tight. Jack hugged him back, slightly bewildered. "Hey, you don't want to sit in the sun like that, Doc. You're dripping sweat." "I guess I fell asleep a little." "I love you, Daddy. I've been waiting." "I love you too, Dan." "I brought home some stuff. Think you're big enough to carry it upstairs?" "Sure am." "Doc Torrance, the world's strawniest man," Jack said, and ruffled his hair, "whose hobby is falling asleep on street corners." Then they were walking up to the door, and Mommy had come down to the porch to meet them, and he stood on the second step and watched them kiss. They were glad to see each other. Love came out of them the way love had come out of the boy and girl walking up the street and holding hands. Danny was glad. The bag of groceries, just a bag of groceries, crackled in his arms. Everything was all right. Daddy was home. Mommy was loving him. There were no bad things, and not everything Tony showed him always happened. But fear had settled around his heart, deep and dreadful, around his heart and around that indecipherable word he had seen in his spirit's mirror. Chapter 5. Phone Booth. Jack parked the VW in front of the Rexall in the Table Mesa shopping center and let the engine die. He wondered again if he shouldn't go ahead and get the fuel pump replaced, and told himself again that they couldn't afford it. If the little car could keep running until November, it could retire with full honors anyway. By November, the snow up there in the mountains would be higher than the Beetle's roof, maybe higher than 3 Beetles stacked on top of each other. "Want you to stay in the car, Doc. I'll bring you a candy bar." "Why can't I come in?" "I have to make a phone call." "It's private stuff." "Is that why you didn't make it at home?" Check. Wendy had insisted on a phone in spite of their unraveling finances. She had argued that with a small child, especially a boy like Danny, who sometimes suffered from fainting spells, they couldn't afford not to have one. So Jack had forked over the $30 installation fee, bad enough, and a $90 security deposit, which really hurt. And so far the phone had been mute except for 2 wrong numbers. "Can I have a baby Ruth, Daddy?" "Yes. You sit still and don't play with the gear shift, right?" "Right. I'll look at the maps." "You do that." As Jack got out, Danny opened the Bug's glove box and took out the 5 battered gas station maps. Colorado, Nebraska, Utah, Wyoming, New Mexico. He loved road maps, loved to trace where the roads went with his finger. As far as he was concerned, new maps were the best part of moving west. Jack went to the drugstore counter, got Danny's candy bar and newspaper, and a copy of the October Writer's Digest. He gave the girl a 5 and asked for his change in quarters. With the silver in his hand, he walked over to the telephone booth by the key-making machine and slipped inside. From here, he could see Danny and the Bug through 3 sets of glass. The boy's head was bent studiously over his maps. Jack felt a wave of nearly desperate love for the boy. The emotion showed on his face as a stony grimness. He supposed he could have made his obligatory thank you call to Al from home. He certainly wasn't going to say anything Wendy would object to. It was his pride that said no. These days he almost always listened to what his pride told him to do. Because along with his wife and son, $600 in a checking account, and 1 weary 1968 Volkswagen, his pride was all that was left. The only thing that was his. Even the checking account was joint. A year ago he had been teaching English in one of the finest prep schools in New England. There had been friends, although not exactly the same ones he'd had before going on the wagon. Some laughs, fellow faculty members who admired his deft touch in the classroom and his private dedication to writing. Things had been very good 6 months ago. All at once there was enough money left over at the end of each 2-week pay period to start a little savings account. In his drinking days, there had never been a penny left over, even though Al Shockley had stood a great many of the rounds. He and Wendy had begun to talk cautiously about finding a house and making a down payment in a year or so. A farmhouse in the country. Takes 6 or 8 years to renovate it completely. What the hell? They were young. They had time. Then he had lost his temper. George Hatfield. The smell of hope had turned to the smell of old leather in Cromert's office, the whole thing like some scene from his own play. The old prints of previous Stovington headmasters on the walls, steel engravings of the school as it had been in 1879 when it was first built, and in 1895, when Vanderbilt money had enabled them to build the field house that still stood at the west end of the soccer field. Squat, immense, dressed in ivy. April ivy had been rustling outside Cromert's slit window, and the drowsy sound of steam heat came from the radiator. It was no set, he remembered thinking. It was real, his life. How could he have fucked it up so badly? "This is a serious situation, Jack." "Terribly serious. The board has asked me to convey its decision to you. The board wanted Lack's resignation, and Jack had given it to them. Under different circumstances, he would have gotten tenure that June. What had followed that interview in Cromert's office had been the darkest, most dreadful night of his life. The wanting, the needing to get drunk had never been so bad. His hands shook. He knocked things over. And he kept wanting to take it out on Wendy and Danny. His temper was like a vicious animal on a frayed leash. He had left the house in terror that he might strike them, had ended up outside a bar, and the only thing that had kept him from going in was the knowledge that if he did, Wendy would leave him at last and take Danny with her. He would be dead from the day they left. Instead of going into the bar, where dark shadows sat sampling the tasty waters of oblivion, he had gone to Al Shockley's house. The board's vote had been 6-1. Al had been the one. Now he dialed the operator and she told him that for $1.85 he could be put in touch with Al 2,000 miles away for 3 minutes. Time is relative, baby, he thought, and stuck in 8 quarters. Faintly he could hear the electronic boops and beeps of his connection sniffing its way eastward. Al's father had been Arthur Longley Shockley, the steel baron. He had left his only son, Albert, a fortune and a huge range of investments and directorships and chairs on various boards. One of these had been on the board of directors for Stovington Preparatory Academy, the old man's favorite charity. Both Arthur and Albert
I just realized I don't have my phone.
and Al lived in Barry, close enough to take a personal interest in the school's
One second.
affairs. For several years, Al had been Stovington's tennis coach. Jack and Al had become friends in a completely natural and uncoincidental way. At the many school and faculty functions they attended together, they were always the 2 drunkest people there. Shockley was separated from his wife, and Jack's own marriage was skidding slowly downhill, although he still loved Wendy and had promised sincerely and frequently to reform, for her sake and for baby Danny's. The 2 of them went on from many faculty parties, hitting the bars until they closed, then stopping at some mom-and-pop store for a case of beer they would drink parked at the end of some back road. There were mornings when Jack would stumble into their leased house with dawn seeping into the sky and find it was a coincidental way. At the many school and faculty functions they attended together, they were always the 2 drunkest people
Oh
there.
shit! Why did I do that?
Shockley was separated from his wife, and Jack's own marriage was skidding slowly downhill, although he still loved Wendy and had promised sincerely and frequently to reform, for her sake and for baby Danny's. The 2 of them went on from many faculty parties, hitting the bars until they closed, then stopping at some mom-and-pop store for a case of beer they would drink parked at the end of some back road. There were mornings when Jack would stumble into their leased house with dawn seeping into the sky and find Wendy and the baby asleep on the couch, Danny always on the inside, a tiny fist curled under the shelf of Wendy's jaw. He would look at them, and the self-loathing would back up his throat in a bitter wave, even stronger than the taste of beer and cigarettes and martinis. Martians, as Al called them. Those were the times that his mind would turn thoughtfully and sanely to the gun or the rope or the razor blade. If the bender had occurred on a weeknight, he would sleep for 3 hours, get up, dress, chew 4 Excedrins, and go off to teach his 9 o'clock American poets still drunk. Good morning, kids. Today the red-eyed wonder is going to tell you about how Longfellow lost his wife in the big fire. He hadn't believed he was an alcoholic, Jack thought, as Al's telephone began ringing in his ear. The classes he had missed or taught unshaven, still reeking of last night's Martians. Not me. I can stop any time. The nights he and Wendy had passed in separate beds. Listen, I'm fine. Mashed fenders. Sure, I'm okay to drive. the tears she always shed in the bathroom, cautious looks from his colleagues at any party where alcohol was served, even wine, the slowly dawning realization that he was being talked about, the knowledge that he was producing nothing at his Underwood but balls of mostly blank paper that ended up in the wastebasket. He had been something of a catch for Stovington, a slowly blooming American writer, perhaps, and certainly a man well qualified to teach that great mystery, creative writing. He had published 24 short stories. He was working on a play and thought there might be a novel incubating in some mental back room. But now he was not producing, and his teaching had become erratic. It had finally ended one night, less than a month after Jack had broken his son's arm. That, it seemed to him, had ended his marriage. All that remained was for Wendy to gather her will. If her mother hadn't been such a grade-A bitch, he knew, Wendy would have taken a bus back to New Hampshire as soon as Danny had been okay to travel. It was over. It had been a little past midnight. Jack and Al were coming into Barrie on US 31. Al behind the wheel of his Jag, shifting fancily on the curves, sometimes crossing the double yellow line. They were both very drunk. The Martians had landed that night in force. They came around the last curve before the bridge at 70, and there was a kid's bike in the road, and then the sharp, hurt squealing as rubber shredded from the Jag's tires. And Jack remembered seeing Al's face looming over the steering wheel like a round white moon. Then the jingling, crashing sound as they hit the bike at 40. And it had flown up like a bent and twisted bird, the handlebars striking the windshield. And then it was in the air again, leaving the starred safety glass in front of Jack's bulging eyes. A moment later, he heard the final dreadful smash as it landed on the road behind them. Something thumped underneath them as the tires passed over it. The Jag drifted around broadside, Al still jockeying the wheel. And from far away, Jack heard himself saying, "Jesus, Al, we ran him down." I felt it. In his ear, the phone kept ringing. "Come on, Al. Be home. Let me get this over with." Al had brought the car to a smoking halt not more than 3 feet from a bridge stanchion. 2 of the Jag's tires were flat. They had left zigzagging loops of burned rubber for 130 feet. They looked at each other for a moment, and then ran back in the cold darkness. The bike was completely ruined. One wheel was gone, and looking back over his shoulder, Al had seen it lying in the middle of the road, 6 spokes sticking up like piano wire. Al had said, "I think that's what we ran over, tacky boy." "Then where's the kid?" "Did you see a kid?" Jack frowned. It had all happened with such crazy speed, coming around the corner, the bike looming in the Jag's headlights, Al yelling something, then the collision and the long skid. They moved the bike to one shoulder of the road. Al went back to the Jag and put on its 4-way flashers. For the next 2 hours, they searched the sides of the road using a powerful 4-cell flashlight. Nothing. Although it was late, several cars passed the beached Jaguar and the 2 men with the bobbing flashlight. None of them stopped. Jack thought later that some queer providence, bent on giving them both a last chance, had kept the cops away, had kept any of the passers-by from calling them. At 2:15, they returned to the Jag, sober but queasy. "If there was nobody riding it, what was it doing in the middle of the road?" Al demanded. "It wasn't parked on the side, it was right in the fucking middle." Jack could only shake his head. Your party does not answer, the operator said. Would you like me to keep on trying?
Hmm.
A couple more rings, operator. Do you mind? No, sir, the voice said dutifully. Come on, Al. Al had hiked across the bridge to the nearest payphone, called a bachelor friend and told him it would be worth $50 if the friend would get the Jag's snow tires out of the garage and bring them down to the Highway 31 bridge outside of Bear. The friend showed up 20 minutes later, wearing a pair of jeans and his pajama top. He surveyed the scene. Kill anybody? He asked. Al was already jacking up the back of the car, and Jack was loosening lug nuts. Providentially, no one, Al said. I think I'll just head on back anyway. Pay me in the morning. Fine, Al said without looking up. The two of them had gotten the tires on without incident, and together they drove back to Al Shockley's house. Al put the Jag in the garage and killed the motor. In the dark quiet, he said, I'm off drinking, Jackie boy. It's all over. I've slain my last Martian. And now, sweating in this phone booth, it occurred to Jack that he had never doubted Al's ability to carry through. He had driven back to his own house in the VW with the radio turned up, and some disco group chanted over and over again, talismanic in the house before dawn. Do it anyway. You want to do it. Do it any way you want. No matter how loud he heard the squealing tires, the crash, when he blinked his eyes shut, he saw that single crushed wheel with its broken spokes pointing at the sky. When he got in, Wendy was asleep on the couch. He looked in Danny's room, and Danny was in his crib on his back, sleeping deeply, his arm still buried in the cast. In the softly filtered glow from the streetlight outside, he could see the dark lines on its plastered whiteness, where all the doctors and nurses in pediatrics had signed it. It was an accident. He fell down the stairs. Oh, you dirty liar. It was an accident. I lost my temper.
You fucking drunken waste! God wiped snot out of his nose, and that was you. Listen, hey, come on, please, just an accident.
But the last plea was driven away by the image of that bobbing flashlight as they hunted through the dry late November weeds, looking for the sprawled body that by all good rights should have been there, waiting for the police. It didn't matter that Al had been driving. There had been other nights when he had been driving. He pulled the covers up over Danny, went into their bedroom, and took the Spanish Llama .38 down from the top shelf of the closet. It was in a shoebox. He sat on the bed with it for nearly an hour, looking at it, fascinated by its deadly shine. It was dawn when he put it back in the box and put the box back in the closet. That morning he had called Bruckner, the department head, and told him to please post his classes. He had the flu. Bruckner agreed with less good grace than was common. Jack Torrance had been extremely susceptible to the flu in the last year. Wendy made him scrambled eggs and coffee. They ate in silence. The only sound came from the backyard, where Danny was gleefully running his trucks across the sand pile with his good hand. She went to do the dishes. Her back to him, she said, Jack, I've been thinking. Have you? He lit a cigarette with trembling hands. No hangover this morning, oddly enough. Only the shakes. He blinked. In the instant's darkness, the bike flew up against the windshield, starring the glass. The tires shrieked. The flashlight bobbed. I want to talk to you about what's best for me and Danny. For you too, maybe. I don't know. We should have talked about it before, I guess. Would you do something for me? He asked, looking at the wavering tip of his cigarette. Would you do me a favor? What? Her voice was dull and neutral. He looked at her back. Let's talk about it a week from today, if you still want to. Now she turned to him, her hands lacy with suds, her pretty face pale and disillusioned. Jack, promises don't work with you. You just go right on with. She stopped, looking in his eyes, fascinated, suddenly uncertain. In a week, he said. His voice had lost all its strength and dropped to a whisper. Please, I'm not promising anything. If you still want to talk then, we'll talk. About anything you want. They looked across the sunny kitchen at each other for a long time, and when she turned back to the dishes without saying anything more, he began to shudder. God, he needed a drink. Just a little pick-me-up to put things in their true perspective. Danny said he dreamed you had a car accident, she said abruptly. He has funny dreams sometimes. He said it this morning when I got him dressed. Did you, Jack? Did you have an accident? No. By noon, the craving for a drink had become a low-grade fever. He went to Al's. You dry? Al asked before letting him in. Al looked horrible. Bone dry. You look like Lon Chaney in Phantom of the Opera. Come on in. They played two-handed whist all afternoon. They didn't drink. A week passed. He and Wendy didn't speak much, but he knew she was watching, not believing. He drank coffee black and endless cans of Coca-Cola. One night he drank a whole six-pack of Coke and then ran into the bathroom and vomited it up. The level of the bottles in the liquor cabinet did not go down. After his classes, he went over to Al Shockley's. She hated Al Shockley worse than she had ever hated anyone. And when he came home, she would swear she smelled scotch or gin on his breath. But he would talk lucidly to her before supper, drink coffee, play with Danny after supper, sharing a Coke with him, read him a bedtime story, then sit and correct themes with cup after cup of black coffee by his hand. And she would have to admit to herself that she had been wrong. Weeks passed, and the unspoken word retreated further from the back of her lips. Jack sensed its retirement, but knew it would never retire completely. Things began to get a little easier. Then, George Hatfield. He had lost his temper again, this time stone sober. Sir, your party still doesn't... Hello? Al's voice out of breath. Go ahead, the operator said dourly. Al, this is Jack Torrance. Jackie boy. Genuine pleasure. How are you? Good. I just called to say thanks. I got the job. It's perfect. If I can't finish that goddamn play snowed in all winter, I'll never finish it. You'll finish. How are things? Jack asked hesitantly. Dry, Al responded. You? As a bone. Miss it much? Every day. Al laughed. I know that scene, but I don't know how you stayed dry after that Hatfield thing, Jack. That was above and beyond. I really bitched things up for myself, he said evenly. Oh, hell. I'll have the board around by spring. Effinger's already saying they might have been too hasty. And if that play comes to something? Yes. Listen, my boy's out in the car, Al. He looks like he might be getting restless. Sure. Understand. You have a good winter up there, Jack. Glad to help. Thanks again, Al. He hung up, closed his eyes in the hot booth, and again saw the crashing bike, the bobbing flashlight. There had been a squib in the paper the next day, no more than a space filler, really, but the owner had not been named. Why it had been out there in the night would always be a mystery to them, and perhaps that was as it should be. He went back out to the car and gave Danny his slightly melted baby Ruth. Daddy? What, Doc? Danny hesitated, looking at his father's abstracted face. When I was waiting for you to come back from that hotel, I had a bad dream. Do you remember when I fell asleep? Mm-hmm. But it was no good. Daddy's mind was someplace else, not with him. Thinking about the bad thing again. I dreamed that you hurt me, Daddy. What was the dream, Doc? Nothing, Danny said as they pulled out into the parking lot. He put the maps back into the glove compartment. You sure? Yes. Jack gave his son a faint, troubled glance, and then his mind turned to his play. Chapter 6. Night Thoughts. Love was over, and her man was sleeping beside her. Her man. She smiled a little in the darkness, his seed still trickling with slow warmth from between her slightly parted thighs. And her smile was both rueful and pleased, because the phrase, her man, summoned up 100 feelings. Each feeling examined alone was a bewilderment. Together, in this darkness floating to sleep, they were like a distant blues tune heard in an almost deserted nightclub. Melancholy, but pleasing. Lovin' you, baby, is just like rollin' off a log. But if I can't be your woman, I sure ain't going to be your dog. Had that been Billie Holiday? Or someone more prosaic like Peggy Lee? Didn't matter. It was low and torchy, and in the silence of her head, it played mellowly, as if issuing from one of those old-fashioned jukeboxes. A Wurlitzer, perhaps, half an hour before closing. Now, moving away from her consciousness, she wondered how many beds she had slept in with this man beside her. They had met in college and had first made love in his apartment. That had been less than 3 months after her mother drove her from the house, told her never to come back, that if she wanted to go somewhere she could go to her father, since she had been responsible for the divorce. That bad had been in 1970. So long ago? A semester later they had moved in together, had found jobs for the summer, and had kept the apartment when their senior year began. She remembered that bed the most clearly, a big double that sagged in the middle. When they made love, the rusty box spring had counted the beats. That fall she had finally managed to break from her mother. Jack had helped her. She wants to keep beating you, Jack had said. The more times you phone her, the more times you crawl back begging forgiveness, the more she can beat you with your father. It's good for her, Wendy, because she can go on making believe it was your fault. But it's not good for you. They had talked it over again and again in that bed that year. Jack sitting up with the covers pooled around his waist, a cigarette burning between his fingers, looking her in the eye. He had a half-humorous, half-scowling way of doing that, telling her, "She told you never to come back, right? Never to darken her door again, right? Then why doesn't she hang up the phone when she knows it's you? Why does she only tell you that you can't come in if I'm with you? Because she thinks I might cramp her style a little bit. She wants to keep putting the thumb screws right to you, baby. You're a fool if you keep letting her do it. She told you never to come back, so why don't you take her at her word? Give it a rest." And at last she'd seen it his way. It had been Jack's idea to separate for a while, to get perspective on the relationship, he said. She had been afraid he had become interested in someone else. Later, she found it wasn't so. They were together again in the spring, and he asked her if she had been to see her father. She had jumped as if he'd struck her with a quirt. How did you know that? The shadow knows. Have you been spying on me? And his impatient laughter, which had always made her feel so awkward, as if she were 8 and he was able to see her motivations more clearly than she. You needed time, Wendy. For what? I guess to see which one of us you wanted to marry. Jack, what are you saying? I think I'm proposing marriage, the wedding. Her father had been there, her mother had not been. She discovered she could live with that if she had Jack. Then Danny had come, her fine son. That had been the best year, the best bed. After Danny was born, Jack had gotten her a job typing for half a dozen English department professors. Quizzes, exams, class syllabi, study notes, reading lists. She ended up typing a novel for one of them, a novel that never got published, much to Jack's very irreverent and very private glee. The job was good for 40 a week and skyrocketed all the way up to 60 during the 2 months she spent typing the unsuccessful novel. They had their first car, a 5-year-old Buick with a baby seat in the middle. Bright, upwardly mobile young marrieds. Danny forced a reconciliation between her and her mother, a reconciliation that was always tense and never happy, but a reconciliation all the same. When she took Danny to the house, she went without Jack, and she didn't tell Jack that her mother always remade Danny's diapers, frowned over his formula, could always spot the accusatory first signs of a rash on the baby's bottom or privates. Her mother never said anything overtly, but the message came through anyway. The price she had begun to pay, and maybe always would, for the reconciliation was the feeling that she was an inadequate mother. It was her mother's way of keeping the thumbscrews handy. During the days, Wendy would stay home and housewife, feeding Danny his bottles in the sun-washed kitchen of the 4-room second-story apartment, playing her records on the battered portable stereo she had had since high school. Jack would come home at 3, or at 2 if he felt he could cut his last class. And while Danny slept, he would lead her into the bedroom, and fears of inadequacy would be erased. At night, while she typed, he would do his writing and his assignments. In those days, she sometimes came out of the bedroom where the typewriter was to find both of them asleep on the studio couch, Jack wearing nothing but his underpants, Danny sprawled comfortably on her husband's chest, with his thumb in his mouth. She would put Danny in his crib, then read whatever Jack had written that night, before waking him up enough to come to bed. The best bed, the best year. Sun gonna shine in my backyard someday. In those days, Jack's drinking had still been well in hand. On Saturday nights, a bunch of his fellow students would drop over, and there would be a case of beer, and discussions in which she seldom took part, because her field had been sociology, and his was English. Arguments over whether Pepys's diaries were literature or history. Discussions of Charles Olson's poetry. Sometimes the reading of works in progress. Those and 100 others. No, 1,000. She felt no real urge to take part. It was enough to sit in her rocking chair beside Jack, who sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand holding a beer, the other gently cupping her calf or braceleting her ankle. The competition at UNH had been fierce, and Jack carried an extra burden in his writing. He put in at least an hour at it every night. It was his routine. The Saturday sessions were necessary therapy. They let something out of him that might otherwise have swelled and swelled until he burst. At the end of his grad work, he had landed the job at Stovington, mostly on the strength of his stories, 4 of them published at that time, 1 of them in Esquire. She remembered that day clearly enough. It would take more than 3 years to forget it. She had almost thrown the envelope away, thinking it was a subscription offer. Opening it, she had found instead that it was a letter saying that Esquire would like to use Jack's story concerning the black holes early the following year. They would pay $900, not on publication, but on acceptance. That was nearly half a year's take typing papers, and she had flown to the telephone, leaving Danny in his high chair to goggle comically after her, his face lathered with creamed peas and beef puree. Jack had arrived from the university 45 minutes later, the Buick weighted down with 7 friends and a keg of beer. After a ceremonial toast, Wendy also had a glass, although she ordinarily had no taste for beer. Jack had signed the acceptance letter, put it in the return envelope, and went down the block to drop it in the letterbox. When he came back, he stood gravely in the door and said triumphantly, "Veni, vidi, vici." When the keg was empty at 11 that night, Jack and the only 2 others who were still ambulatory went on to hit a few bars. She had gotten him aside in the downstairs hallway. The other 2 were already out in the car, drunkenly singing the New Hampshire fight song. Jack was down on one knee, owlishly fumbling with the lacings of his moccasins. "Jack," she said, "you shouldn't. You can't even tie your shoes, let alone drive." He stood up and put his hands calmly on her shoulders. "Tonight I could fly to the moon if I wanted to." "No," she said, "not for all the Esquire stories in the world. I'll be home early." But he hadn't been home until 4 in the morning, stumbling and mumbling his way up the stairs, waking Danny up when he came in. He had tried to soothe the baby and dropped him on the floor. Wendy had rushed out, thinking of what her mother would think if she saw the bruise before she thought of anything else. God help her. God help them both. And then picked Danny up, sat in the rocking chair with him, soothed him. She had been thinking of her mother for most of the 5 hours Jack had been gone. Her mother's prophecy that Jack would never come to anything. "Big ideas," her mother had said. "Sure, the welfare lines are full of educated fools with big ideas." Did the Esquire story make her mother wrong or right? "Winifred, you're not holding that baby right. Give him to me." And was she not holding her husband right? Why else would he take his joy out of the house? A helpless kind of terror had risen up in her, and it never occurred to her that he had gone out for reasons that had nothing to do with her. "Congratulations," she said, rocking Danny. He was almost asleep again. "Maybe you gave him a concussion." "It's just a bruise." He sounded sulky, wanting to be repentant. A little boy. For an instant, she hated him. "Maybe," she said tightly. "Maybe not." She heard so much of her mother talking to her departed father in her own voice that she was sickened and afraid. "Like mother, like daughter," Jack muttered. "Go to bed," she cried, her fear coming out sounding like anger. Go to bed. You're drunk. Don't tell me what to do. Jack, please, we shouldn't. It. There were no words. Don't tell me what to do, he repeated sullenly, and then went into the bedroom. She was left alone in the rocking chair with Danny, who was sleeping again. 5 minutes later, Jack's snores came floating out to the living room. That had been the first night she had slept on the couch. Now she turned restlessly on the bed, already dozing. Her mind, freed of any linear order by encroaching sleep, floated past the first year at Stovington, past the steadily worsening times that had reached low ebb when her husband had broken Danny's arm, to that morning in the breakfast nook. Danny outside playing trucks in the sand pile, his arm still in the cast. Jack sitting at the table, pallid and grizzled, a cigarette jittering between his fingers. She had decided to ask him for a divorce. She had pondered the question from 100 different angles, had been pondering it, in fact, for the 6 months before the broken arm. She told herself she would have made the decision long ago if it hadn't been for Danny, but not even that was necessarily true. She dreamed on the long nights when Jack was out, and her dreams were always of her mother's face and of her own wedding. Who giveth this woman? Her father standing in his best suit, which was none too good. He was a traveling salesman for a line of canned goods that even then was going broke. And his tired face, how old he looked, how pale. I do. Even after the accident, if you could call it an accident, she had not been able to bring it all the way out, to admit that her marriage was a lopsided defeat. She had waited, dumbly hoping that a miracle would occur and Jack would see what was happening, not only to him but to her. But there had been no slowdown. A drink before going off to the academy, 2 or 3 beers with lunch at the Stovington house, 3 or 4 martinis before dinner, 5 or 6 more while grading papers. The weekends were worse. The nights out with Al Shockley were worse still. She had never dreamed there could be so much pain in a life when there was nothing physically wrong. She hurt all the time. How much of it was her fault? That question haunted her. She felt like her mother, like her father. Sometimes when she felt like herself, she wondered what it would be like for Danny, and she dreaded the day when he grew old enough to lay blame. And she wondered where they would go. She had no doubt her mother would take her in, and no doubt that after a year of watching her diapers remade, Danny's meals recooked and or redistributed, of coming home to find his clothes changed or his hair cut, or the books her mother found unsuitable spirited away to some limbo in the attic. After half a year of that, she would have a complete nervous breakdown, and her mother would pat her hand and say comfortingly, "Although it's not your fault, it's all your own fault. You were never ready. You showed your true colors when you came between your father and me. My father, Danny's father, mine, his. Who giveth this woman? I do." Dead of a heart attack 6 months later. The night before that morning she had lain awake almost until he came in, thinking, coming to her decision. The divorce was necessary, she told herself. Her mother and father didn't belong in the decision. Neither did her feelings of guilt over their marriage, nor her feelings of inadequacy over her own. It was necessary for her son's sake, and for herself, if she was to salvage anything at all from her early adulthood. The handwriting on the wall was brutal but clear. Her husband was a lush. He had a bad temper, one he could no longer keep wholly under control now that he was drinking so heavily and his writing was going so badly. Accidentally or not accidentally, he had broken Danny's arm. He was going to lose his job, if not this year, then the year after. Already she had noticed the sympathetic looks from the other faculty wives. She told herself that she had stuck with the messy job of her marriage for as long as she could. Now she would have to leave it. Jack could have full visitation rights, and she would want support from him only until she could find something and get on her feet. And that would have to be fairly rapidly because she didn't know how long Jack would be able to pay support money. She would do it with as little bitterness as possible, but it had to end. So thinking, she had fallen off into her own thin and unrestful sleep, haunted by the faces of her own mother and father. "You're nothing but a home wrecker," her mother said. "Who giveth this woman?" the minister said. "I do," her father said. But in the bright and sunny morning she felt the same. Her back to him, her hands plunged in warm dishwater up to the wrists, she had commenced with the unpleasantness. "I want to talk to you about something that might be best for Danny and I. For you too, maybe. We should have talked about it before, I guess." And then he had said an odd thing. She had expected to discover his anger, to provoke the bitterness, the recriminations. She had expected a mad dash for the liquor cabinet. But not this soft, almost toneless reply that was so unlike him. It was almost as though the Jack she had lived with for 6 years had never come back last night. As if he had been replaced by some unearthly doppelganger that she would never know or be quite sure of. "Would you do something for me? A favor?" "What?" She had to discipline her voice strictly to keep it from trembling. "Let's talk about it in a week, if you still want to." And she had agreed. It remained unspoken between them. During that week he had seen Al Shockley more than ever, but he came home early, and there was no liquor on his breath. She imagined she smelled it, but knew it wasn't so. Another week, and another. Divorce went back to committee, unvoted on. What had happened? She still wondered, and still had not the slightest idea. The subject was taboo between them. He was like a man who had leaned around a corner and had seen an unexpected monster lying in wait, crouching among the dried bones of its old kills. The liquor remained in the cabinet, but he didn't touch it. She had considered throwing them out a dozen times, but in the end always backed away from the idea, as if some unknown charm would be broken by the act. And there was Danny's part in it to consider. If she felt she didn't know her husband, then she was in awe of her child. Awe in the strict meaning of that word. A kind of undefined, superstitious dread. Dozing lightly, the image of the instant of his birth was presented to her. She was again lying on the delivery table, bathed in sweat, her hair in strings, her feet splayed out in the stirrups, and a little high from the gas they kept giving her whiffs of. At one point she had muttered that she felt like an advertisement for gang rape, and the nurse, an old bird who had assisted at the births of enough children to populate a high school, found that extremely funny. The doctor between her legs, the nurse off to one side, arranging instruments and humming. The sharp, glassy pains had been coming at steadily shortening intervals, and several times she had screamed in spite of her shame. Then the doctor told her quite sternly that she must push, and she did. And then she felt something being taken from her. It was a clear and distinct feeling, one she would never forget. The thing taken. Then the doctor held her son up by the legs. She had seen his tiny sex and known he was a boy immediately. And as the doctor groped for the air mask, she had seen something else. Something so horrible that she found the strength to scream again after she had thought all screams were used up. He has no face! But of course, there had been a face. Danny's own sweet face. And the caul that had covered it at birth now resided in a small jar which she had kept, almost shamefully. She did not hold with old superstition, but she had kept the caul nevertheless. She did not hold with wives' tales, but the boy had been unusual from the first. She did not believe in second sight, but did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed Daddy had an accident. Something had changed him. She didn't believe it was just her getting ready to ask for a divorce that had done it. Something had happened before that morning. Something that had happened while she slept, uneasily. Al Shockley said that nothing had happened, nothing at all. But he had averted his eyes when he said it. And if you believed faculty gossip, Al had also climbed aboard the fabled wagon. Did Daddy have an accident? Maybe a chance collision with fate. Surely nothing much more concrete. She had read that day's paper and the next day's with a closer eye than usual. But she saw nothing she could connect with Jack. God help her, she had been looking for a hit-and-run accident, or a barroom brawl that had resulted in serious injuries, or who knew? Who wanted to? But no policeman came to call, either to ask questions or with a warrant empowering him to take paint scrapings from the WV's bumpers. Nothing. Only her husband's 180-degree change, and her son's sleepy question on waking. Did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed. She had stuck with Jack more for Danny's sake than she would admit in her waking hours, but now, sleeping lightly, she could admit it. Danny had been Jack's for the asking, almost from the first, just as she had been her father's, almost from the first. She couldn't remember Danny ever spitting a bottle back on Jack's shirt. Jack could get him to eat after she had given up in disgust, even when Danny was teething and it gave him visible pain to chew. When Danny had a stomachache, she would rock him for an hour before he began to quiet. Jack had only to pick him up, walk twice around the room with him, and Danny would be asleep on Lack's shoulder, his thumb securely corked in his mouth. He hadn't minded changing diapers, even those he called the special deliveries. He sat with Danny for hours on end, bouncing him on his lap, playing finger games with him, making faces at him while Danny poked at his nose and then collapsed with the giggles. He made formulas and administered them faultlessly, getting up every last burp afterward. He would take Danny with him in the car to get the paper, or a bottle of milk, or nails at the hardware store, even when their son was still an infant. He had taken Danny to a Stovington Keene soccer match when Danny was only 6 months old, and Danny had sat motionlessly on his father's lap through the whole game, wrapped in a blanket, a small Stovington pennant clutched in one chubby fist. He loved his mother, but he was his father's boy. And hadn't she felt, time and time again, her son's wordless opposition to the whole idea of divorce? She would be thinking about it in the kitchen, turning it over in her mind as she turned the potatoes for supper over in her hands for the peeler's blade. And she would turn around to see him, sitting cross-legged in a kitchen chair, looking at her with eyes that seemed both frightened and accusatory. Walking with him in the park, he would suddenly seize both her hands and say, almost demand, "Do you love me? Do you love Daddy?" And, confused, she would nod or say, "Of course I do, honey." Then he would run to the duck pond, sending them squawking and scared to the other end, flapping their wings in a panic before the small ferocity of his charge, leaving her to stare after him in wonder. There were even times when it seemed that her determination to at least discuss the matter with Jack dissolved, not out of her own weakness, but under the determination of her son's will. I don't believe such things. But in sleep, she did believe them. And in sleep, with her husband's seed still drying on her thighs, she felt that the three of them had been permanently welded together. That if their three-oneness was to be destroyed, it would not be destroyed by any of them, but from outside. Most of what she believed centered around her love for Jack. She had never stopped loving him, except maybe for that dark period immediately following Danny's accident. And she loved her son. Most of all, she loved them together, walking or riding or only sitting. Jack's large head and Danny's small one poised alertly over the fans of old-maid hands, sharing a bottle of Coke, looking at the funnies. She loved having them with her, and she hoped to dear God that this hotel caretaking job Al had gotten for Jack would be the beginning of good times again. And the wind gonna rise up, baby, and blow my blues away. Soft and sweet and mellow, the song came back and lingered, following her down into a deeper sleep where thought ceased, and the faces that came in dreams went unremembered. Chapter 7. In Another Bedroom. Danny awoke with the booming still loud in his ears and the drunk, savagely pettish voice crying hoarsely, "Come out here and take your medicine. I'll find you. I'll find you." But now the booming was only his racing heart, and the only voice in the night was the faraway sound of a police siren. He lay in bed motionlessly, looking up at the wind-stirred shadows of the leaves on his bedroom ceiling. They twined sinuously together, making shapes like the vines and creepers in a jungle, like patterns woven into the nap of a thick carpet. He was clad in Dr. Denton pajamas, but between the pajama suit and his skin he had grown a more closely fitting singlet of perspiration. "Tony," he whispered, "you there?" No answer. He slipped out of bed and padded silently across to the window and looked out on Arapahoe Street, now still and silent. It was 2 a.m. There was nothing out there but empty sidewalks drifted with fallen leaves, parked cars, and the long-necked streetlight on the corner across from the Cliff Bryce gas station. With its hooded top and motionless stance, the streetlight looked like a monster in a space show. He looked up the street both ways, straining his eyes for Tony's slight, beckoning form, but there was no one there. The wind sighed through the trees, and the fallen leaves rattled up the deserted walks and around the hubcaps of parked cars. It was a faint and sorrowful sound, and the boy thought that he might be the only one in Boulder awake enough to hear it. The only human being, at least. There was no way of knowing what else might be out in the night, slinking hungrily through the shadows, watching and scenting the breeze. I'll find you. I'll find you. Tony? He whispered again, but without much hope. Only the wind spoke back, gusting more strongly this time, scattering leaves across the sloping roof below his window. Some of them slipped into the rain gutter and came to rest there like tired dancers. Danny, Danny. He started at the sound of that familiar voice and craned out the window, his small hands on the sill. With the sound of Tony's voice, the whole night seemed to have come silently and secretly alive, whispering even when the wind quieted again and the leaves were still and the shadows had stopped moving. He thought he saw a darker shadow standing by the bus stop a block down, but it was hard to tell if it was a real thing or an eye trick. Don't go, Danny. Then the wind gusted again, making him squint, and the shadow by the bus stop was gone, if it had ever been there at all. He stood by his window for a minute, an hour, sometime longer, but there was no more. At last he crept back into his bed and pulled the blankets up and watched the shadows thrown by the alien streetlight turn into a sinuous jungle filled with flesh-eating plants that wanted only to slip around him, squeeze the life out of him, and drag him down into a blackness where one sinister word flashed in red. Red rum.
Okay. I'll be right back. My mic was fucking up for a second. I don't know why. Yeah. BRB. I'll break. I might draw for a little bit more when I come back. I might not. Who knows? BRB.
You choose her or not choose one. With a skipper heart. She's one cool calm. Her DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose from. With a skipper hop, she's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose from. With a skipper hop, she's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on, with his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK, Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop, she's one cool Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high pistols out. He's one tough con. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK, Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the bridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop. She's one cool, calm, DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK, Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK.
I am back. Wow.
Ultraman, here he comes from the sky. Ultraman, watch our hero fly. In a super jet he comes from a billion miles away, from a distant planet.
That's odd. I'm getting copyright shit already, so I'm not gonna play that. I knew that was gonna happen. So I gotta turn that off. Lord. Suspense me. Actually, it's not doing that. It's doing something else. It's just telling me that I'm too quiet. I think.
りに本部を置く国際科学警察機構の日本支部に科学特捜隊と呼ばれる5人の隊員たちがあった。彼らは怪事件や異変を専門に捜査し、宇宙からのあらゆる侵略から地球を防衛する重大な任務を持っていた。
早鳥本部へ。
はい、こちら本部。どうかしたの？そんな声出して。
龍ヶ森上空において未確認飛行物体を発見。
よし、追跡を続行。なお正体を確認せよ。連絡あり次第大使に出動する。
了解。
早田からの連絡は今後記録するよ。
はい。
青い光を放って飛んでます。スピードはマッハ2。さらに接近して正体を見届けます。
夜空の星に祈りを込めて
おい、こっち来いよ。
あの子の優しい君は
おい、もやもやしないでカメラカメラ。早くしろ。水の中に。早く来いよ。バカ、遅いよお前。はい、科学特捜隊本部。
こちら埼玉県警の警ら隊。緊急通報です。緊急通報です。ただいまより15分前、龍ヶ森に開口を発する青い玉と赤い玉が次々に飛来し、
開口？
怪しい光です。そいつがピカピカ光りながら、青い玉は湖に落下、赤い玉はたまたま上空を通過中の飛行物体と衝突し、龍ヶ森に落下しました。
おい、ジェット機らしいものが落ちて燃えてるぞ。ジェット機向こうだよ。え？飛行物体？おい、本当に衝突したのか？
キャンパーたちが目撃しています。
藤君、早田を呼んだ。
それで現場は？
彼でなければいいんだ。
1.5キロ。
本部より早田へ。本部より早田へ。早田隊員応答せよ。早田隊員応答せよ。
はい、はい、了解。
早田隊員応答せよ。
引き続き
応答せよ。
現場一帯の警戒を頼みます。
本部より早田へ。早田隊員応答せよ。早田隊員応答せよ。早田隊員応答せよ。早田隊員早田隊員応答せよ。応答せよ。本部より早田へ。本部より早田へ。
出動準備。出動。
あ、そうだ。あ、燃えてる燃えてる。なんだ。
Oh shit.
Oh おい、誰だそこにいるのは。
君は一体何者だ？
M78 星雲の宇宙人だ。
M78 星雲の宇宙人？
そうだ、遠い宇宙からベムラーを宇宙の墓場に運ぶ途中、ベムラーに逃げ出されて、それを追って地球に来た。
ベムラー？
宇宙の平和を乱す悪魔のような怪獣だ。申し訳ないことをした。早田隊員、その代わり私の命を君にあげよう。
君の命を？君はどうなるんだ？
君と一心同体になるなら、そして地球の平和のために働きたい。
これは何だ？
ベータカプセル。
ベータカプセル？
困った時にこれを使うのだ。
そうするとどうなる？
心配することはない。
どうしたんですおまわりさん？早く戻さないと。どうしたんだよ。
今の爆発音は何だ？
あっちですね。あ、誰か倒れてる。おい、おい、しっかりしろ。起きろ。おい、大丈夫ですか？おい、
大丈夫か？
どうしたんですか？
おい、一体何が起こったんだ？
大丈夫ですか？キロキロ、おい。ほら。ほら、やっぱり隼人のビートルだ。キャップ。あれじゃ助からねえな。しかし隼人の死体がないってのは変ですね。僕たち見ましたよ。見たには見たんですが、火光を放つ赤い玉が現れて。
本当なんです。こう抱きかかえるようにするとぼわーっと上空へ舞い上がったんです。
そんなバカな。
そんなバカなことが起こったんですよ。
そうです。
バカ。
そんなバカな。
バカなとは何ですか？見た通りのことを言ってるんですよ。
それでしばらくして赤い玉が爆発を起こしたんです。
我々の常識ではとても考えられんことだ。あれはきっと宇宙人かなんかの仕業だね。
そうかもしれないな。
キャップ、隼人を探してみましょう。きっと生きているかもしれませんよ。
よし、皆さん協力してください。
はい。
いや、
まだ手がかりはつかめていません。死体らしきものは一時発見したのですが、あっという間に我々の目の前で消えてしまったんです。
しかしあの墜落現場から考えられませんな。村松だ。
まだ発見できませんか？
残念ながらその通りだ。あと1時間したらひとまず本部に帰る。
キャップ、お願いします。星野君も来て心配してるんです。
ハイドさんは死んでなんかいないよね。絶対にしてないよね。
星野君、君の言う通りだ。ハイダのような立派な男を神様が見捨てたりはしない。安心して待ってるんだ。
はいねえ、キャップだってついてだろ。僕信じてたんだ。
なんだ？逃げてみよう。
無駄に回していてもしょうがないから、星野くん、止めようか。
キャップの許可受けた？
そんなことしてたってダメよ。はい、こちら科学特捜隊本部。
元気かね、アキコ隊員。
早田隊員。一体どこにいるの？あなたのことをみんなが探してるのよ。
そんなことはどうでもいい。それより特殊潜航艇 S16 号を龍ヶ森の Y マークの地点まで運んでほしいんだよ。
Y マークの地点ね。わかったわ。
僕も連れてってよ。
ダメダメ。キャップの許可を取ってないんでね。
ち、嫌な感じ。さっきまで別返したくせに。
こりゃ変ですね。寝ちまったんじゃねえのかな。
よっぽどこの湖が気に入ったらしい。こちら村松、特殊潜航艇の出動を要請した覚えはないぞ。
あ、キャップ。早田隊員の連絡を受けて運んできたんです。
早田？
アキコ隊員、幽霊だよそれは。
いいえ、正真正銘の早田隊員だったわ。着水します。
そんなところに S16 号置いてどうするんだ。
早田隊員から Y マークの地点に置くように連絡があったんです。
キャップ、彼女ショックのあまりここがおかしくなったんじゃないですか。まさか。いや、ひょっとするぞ。特捜隊の一員とは言っても所詮は女の子ですからね。
女の子とは何よ、井出隊員。
あ、いけねえ。キャップ、隼人です。
村松より早田へ。村松より早田へ。今まで一体どこにいたのか。我々は夕べから君を探していたんだぞ。
大切なビートルを壊して申し訳ありません。
夕べは一体何が起こったのか。ビートルからどうやって助かったのか。
彼が助けてくれたんですよ。
彼って誰だ。
キャップ、そんなことにまず
ベムラをやっつける方が先です。
ベムラ？なんだそのベムラって。
湖底に眠ってる怪獣です。油断するとひどい目に遭いますよ。
S16 号で湖底に潜り、宇宙の長旅で疲れてる奴に寝首をかきます。飛び出したところをビートルで頭上からやっつけてください。
おい、しわかった。石田員、ぼやぼやしないで我々のそばにビートルを着陸させろ。
了解了解。
まだベムラは発見できないのか。こちら準備完了。
生えてるビートルへ。
ベムラ発見。
ウルトラ作戦第1号、攻撃開始。
ベムラだ。
から攻撃しろ。了解。
M78 星雲の宇宙人からその命を託された早田隊員、ベーターカプセルで宇宙人に変身した。マッハ5のスピードで空を飛び、強力なエネルギーであらゆる敵を粉砕する不死身の男となったのだ。それゆけ我らのヒーロー。
あれはなんだ。危険信号でしょう。赤ランプはバンコク共通ですからね。
そんなことわかるもんか。
でもだいぶ慌ててるようですよ。ああ、だんだんチカチカが速くなってきた。エネルギーが切れるみたいですね。
Shut your bitch ass up!
キャップあれ変だな。あれあ、早田がかけてくる。何？おーい！おーい！早田！早田！ 大丈夫か？
答えピンピンだよ。
早田、君は本当の早田なのかい？
本当も嘘もない。実物はたった一つだよ。キャップ、ところでベムラはどうなりました？
宇宙人が追っ払ってくれたよ。
やっぱり彼が出てきましたか。僕もそうじゃないかと思って安心してたんですよ。
するとあなたを助けてくれたのも
彼だ。
ちょい待ち。彼って親しそうに言うけど、一体名前は何て言うんだ？
なんかないよ。
よせやい。習志野ゴンベイなんてあるもんか。
そうだな。あ、じゃあウルトラマンってのはどうだ？
ウルトラマン？
そう、ウルトラマン。どうだ？
そりゃウルトラにいいでしょ。
でもウルトラマンどっか行っちゃったんじゃないの？
どこも行かないさ。彼は自分の宇宙船が爆発して自分の星は帰らなくなったんだから。
君はまったく悪運の強い男だよ。
僕は不死身ですよ、キャップ。
It's actually my first time watching it for it, so, sort of.
This movie was not received well upon its release, but later on it became a horror classic. Join me as we do a deep dive into the movie The Shining. Hey, how you doing? It is I, the Terrific Lady, otherwise known as Brandy, and welcome to Retro Horror School and a happy Friday to you. First off, let me give a big thank you and shout out to all of my Ko-fi and Twitch supporters, JWSJ, ScaredyCast, Frey, or Twitch.tv, Winter and deals with isolation. And what better movie, winter horror movie, to dive in?
I'll watch this. Video and vlog.
Actually, you know what? To make this easier, so I don't have to like flip-flop over it, let's start from the top here and go all the way to the bottom to Raiden. So let's start with Liu Kang. So Liu Kang on the tier list, I have him in S tier. Specifically number 3. And the reason is because he has very good zoning. I mean, look at this little fireball. It chips you. You can lame out so many people. It forces people to jump at you and approach you. This is one of the best projectiles in the game. And then you also have his high fireball, which is a lot better recovery. You can throw it out. And then he has one of the best instant air fireballs. I think if you do this instant enough, you're actually able to clip people too. Pretty sure you can. My Liu Kang is garbage, so I can't do it well, but... maybe you can't. No, you can. Okay, so you have to do it. You have to do it very perfectly though. Like the execution has to be on point to
Sure.
do that. You have to. No, you can. Okay, so you have to do it. You have to do it very perfectly. No, you can. Okay, so you have to do it. You have to do it very perfectly though. Like the execution has to be on point to do that. But yeah, if you master that, like Liu Kang's zoning is just as good as Molina's in terms of being annoying and having to have people crouch to approach you. So Liu Kang has excellent zoning. Low Fireball is an amazing tool for getting a lot of people to come to you. And then when you get near him, he has this annoying move, the flying kick. Not only is this a good punishing move, but if you guys don't know this, a little trick is up close, the hitbox does not hit your opponent. You have to have like a little bit of distance for it to make contact. So even if they're blocking, you'll whiff over them. So you can kind of use it to like side switch. This means because you have to chase Liu Kang to the corner usually, he can sometimes sneak away with doing this and then you have to chase him all over again. So that helps his runaway game. Then he has his bike kick. Does more damage than the flying kick. On counter hit, you get follow up. You can even do repeated bike kicks if you can pull that off, and that's like an infinite. So you can do bike kick into bike kick, and it's like 100% combo, but it's really hard to do. But bike kick has the same thing as flying kick. Now, it's not going to whiff if they're up close and blocking standing, like the flying kick will. But if they're crouching, like if they're sitting there ducking like this, you can sometimes go over them. So Liu Kang, a really good character. The only bad thing about Liu Kang, because every character has like a strength and weakness, I'd say are his jabs aren't too good. Because if your opponent's blocking, you see how they're whiffing? I'm pretty sure Liu Kang's jabs whiff on everybody, so his jab pressure is probably the worst in the game. But he doesn't need it, because his zoning is so good. And his runaway game is so good. And on top of that, his crouching low kick is ridiculous. This is the best crouching low kick in the game. Do you guys see the range on this? Sometimes when you get near him, it's very annoying to take your turn versus him because the range on this, and this is very abusable in some characters. So yeah, Liu Kang, I have him in S tier. Top 3, number 3, behind the other 2 S tier characters. Next character, let's talk about Kung Lao. We'll just go in order from Liu Kang to Raiden. So Kung Lao I have an A tier, which is the tier below S tier. And he's number 5 specifically, because I only have one other character in front of him in A tier, and there's only 2 characters I have in A tier. Now Kung Lao, amazing mobility, very good dive kick. He's a character that can literally from full screen jump projectiles sometimes and punish you. A lot of characters cannot do that. So because of this, he's threatening at more parts of the map than other characters are. So because you have to be more careful against him, he gets to be able to use his dive kick more in neutral to move around. He can get in positions to do a dive kick. He can sometimes get close and you misplace like a low fireball Liu Kang. He'll be close enough to block it and then he'll try to punish you with something. He's got a teleport, which isn't that great, but it's another option he can do. He's got an underrated projectile, which he can throw, and the cool thing is you're able to arc this upwards or downwards. So from far away, this is like a mid projectile attack. If you can get chip on your opponent, get the life lead, and make them approach you. His spin is pretty good up close in keeping people away. It's got priority on it sometimes, so like if a Molina were to roll into you, you could launch them, and then he gets a combo after it. So yeah, his Kung Lao in general is pretty solid. His jabs also aren't too bad. They're not as bad as Liu Kang where they don't work on everybody. But they honestly, his jabs probably are some of the worst in the game. I think they only work on, if I remember correctly, Liu Kang and Jax, and they whiff on a lot of characters, so Kung Lao's jabs aren't that great. But yeah, with Kung Lao's mobility, his options, his having a decent projectile, he's definitely a solid character. I have him in A tier. Now let's go to the next character, Johnny. So Johnny, unfortunately, is not a very good character in this game. I have him in C tier, bottom 4, or technically bottom 3. And the reason I have him in bottom 3 is his special moves just are not as good as other characters. Like, for example, this move. Yes, it's an anti-air, but it's kind of slow and not that good. Like, a lot of times they'll try to do it, and you have to make a hard read to do this to anti-air them, and the damage you get off it isn't even that good. Like, you might as well just do a high kick or a roundhouse or an uppercut, and it's better reward. Honestly, his best special move is probably a shadow kick, which is quick. You can use it to whiff punish sweeps or punish certain attacks that are unsafe, like if you block a Baraka Chop Chop or something like that. You can do this and quickly get some damage in. But it's a high though, so you can't abuse it too much, because if they duck it, they're gonna uppercut you or get a combo. The good thing about Johnny, even though he has like not the greatest special moves, like his projectiles are also kind of, they're alright, but they definitely have worse frame data compared to a lot of other projectiles. So specials aren't the greatest. Then of course he has his nut punch, which is better in the corner, because if you hit them with this, it's like a restand and you can continue your pressure and going to his block jab infinite, which is probably the best thing about him. Like, let's say you're in the corner, right? Johnny Cage hits you with like a jump kick. Like something as simple as doing that, right, is a combo. They're dead now. You wanna know why? Because now you go into the block infinite and they can't escape this. You can do this till they chip out. So that's the only good thing about the nut punch. The bad thing is this doesn't work on female characters. So if you're playing against Katana or Melina, you can't even use this move. It's useless. So this is matchup dependent. Now that we got all the weak stuff out of the way for Johnny, what's good about him is a lot of characters don't have a good close high kick move, but Johnny does. Now it's punishable on block, but it does have some pushback. But if you hit them with it, you get to do a shadow kick after. It's like a small combo. And in the corner, you could do an even bigger combo. I believe you could do like instant jump kick on some characters depending how they fall. But honestly, you could literally just do this, and then if the jab trap works, you just 100% them. So Johnny is scary in the corner because when he's jabbing you and you try to poke out, if he reads that, he could get close to you and then do his close high kick launcher, and then yeah, you're dead. So he's one of the better characters up close, and also he has a very good hitbox on his jabs. His jabs will hit I think almost every character in the game if they're crouch blocking. The only character I think he can't crouch jab is Shang Tsung, because Shang Tsung is a very short crouch blocking hurtbox, and Johnny himself. But aside from that, every character in the game you can jab pressure them and go for this risky mid. So yeah, Johnny's low tier, but it's not like he's unusable. Like if you make the right reads, you could definitely get some wins with him. You're just gonna have to work a little bit harder. Now we get to Reptile, and I have Reptile as the worst character in this game. Kind of similar with Johnny, except the difference is Johnny has better normals than Reptile. The only good normal Reptile has is literally his roundhouse and his high kick. His jabs aren't too good. They whiff on like half of the characters in the game, so his jab pressure isn't that good. Liu Kang, his jabs work on, but if you're playing like against other male ninjas like Scorpion or Sub-Zero, these are gonna go over their head, so your pressure's a lot worse. His close high kick is horrendous. Johnny's is a lot better because Johnny's launches gives you a follow-up. In the corner, it gives you like a combo into the death trap, the jab trap. Reptiles, do you see how terrible this is? It's death on block, and then when you hit your opponent with it, it's death on hit. Like it's minus on hit, so they can punish you on hit or block. It's just useless. So I would never use this. I would just do jabs into sweep. Now in terms of specials, you have his acid spit, which is a decent projectile. It's got pretty lengthy startup but good recovery. The downside is, if you look at Liu Kang's HP, look at how much damage it does on hit. Do you see that? It's one of the weakest projectiles, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. So when you're trading with people in projectile wars and they hit you, they're going to be having a life lead, which means you have to go to them now, and it's hard for Reptile to make a comeback. This other move is Force Ball, it has long startup and it's very easy to avoid because the hitbox on it's not very good. So if your opponent like jumps, they can literally jump to avoid it. They could do a crouching poke to go under it. It's just not a very good move. And then his last special move. I'm sorry, let's talk about his slide real quick. His slide is a decent punisher, but again, it doesn't do that much damage and it's unsafe. So it's like almost like a worse version of Johnny's shadow kick because it doesn't hit hard. But yeah, like, do you see how much Reptile's damage does on his specials? Acid Spit does so little. Slide does so little. This character has to hit you like 10 times with these moves to kill you. The best thing about him is him going invisible, this move. Because once you're invisible, your opponent has no idea what you're doing, so they have to guess. Like, are you going to be jumping? Or are you waiting there for me to do something unsafe to punish? Are you walking up? Like, you can't see if I'm walking at you. Are you doing a sweep? Are you doing a random slide? Like, sometimes it's hard to react to what exactly Reptile's doing. So even though Reptile's the worst in the game, he's not entirely useless. If you go invisible and you play mind games with that, you can actually get rounds off people even if they're playing a top tier if you play right with them. You're just gonna have to be working a lot harder than them to get that win. But yeah, Reptile I have D tier as the worst character. Not to say he's completely useless and you can't win with him, it's just harder to win with him than other characters. Now let's go on to Sub-Zero. So Sub-Zero, another character I have low tier. I have him bottom 4. I honestly don't know who's better between him and Johnny. I have them both in C tier. But I don't know. I mean, you could kind of debate Johnny's maybe better than Sub-Zero because Johnny has better up close game, better jabs than Sub-Zero. And one thing that's bad about Sub-Zero is he has no way to chip you. So if your opponent's blocking, like if you're in like a full screen war with your opponent, you're blocking their projectile, they're blocking your projectile, you're doing no chip while they're doing chip. So with Sub-Zero, when you have to make a comeback, you have to approach your opponent. You have no way to get the life lead from far. He is very good at trading though. One thing that's good about him is if you trade your opponent, you can get a combo. So for example, if I hit Shang with this, I could do a deep jump kick into Ice Puddle and then uppercut. And that's like 40%. So his damage is good on trades. It's just hard to get that trade on someone that's playing careful against you in the matchup. They're going to make you work for your damage. Aside from that, he has the same drawbacks as Reptile. He doesn't have the best normals, but his high kick and roundhouse are good anti-airs. His jabs, though, are not that good because, again, on half of the cast, you can't jab them, so it's harder for you to make a comeback because your pressure is so much worse. You just have sweep, basically, and crouching low kick. And his slide is just as bad as Reptile. I don't think there's a difference between them. Yeah, they do the same damage, and I believe they have the same frame data. So Sub-Zero, even though he has better specials than Reptile, with his Ice Freeze on trade and his Ice Puddle, which can catch people if they're not ready for it, his tools just aren't as good as some of the other characters, which is why I have him bottom 4. And his offense isn't as good as Johnny's. Honestly, I think the best thing Sub-Zero has in this game is, let's say you're in the corner and you catch someone with a freeze. Technically they lose here because you walk up and then you 100% them with the block jab trap. But Johnny also has this in the corner, and it's kind of easier for Johnny to set up because all he has to do is hit you with his close high kick in the corner if you try to avoid his jabs to launch you, and then he'll nut punch you and go into it if you're not, you know, Katana or Melina. So this is probably Sub-Zero's best tool, is hoping to get you frozen in the corner and then going into jab infinite. But yeah, Sub-Zero, not a great character in this. Again, you can win with him, it's just gonna be harder to beat people playing better characters than you. Now on to Shang. And Shang is interesting because he only has like one special move basically, if you don't count the morphs. His Fireball. And he has 3 different versions. He has the double one and the triple one, and basically just mix these up. He's kind of bad at converting off combos. Like if you get a jump kick on somebody, I don't think there's you don't really get a combo off of it. Like some characters could do like jump kick, like Sub-Zero will do jump kick Ice Puddle, Melina will do jump kick roll, Jax will do jump kick ground pound. Shang, while he has one of the better jump kicks in the game, this is actually annoying anti-air at some ranges. He has no follow-up. Even if you try to do a sweep, they could just block. So that's one of his downsides. He doesn't have a way to convert off damage off a jump kick. His fireball is solid. You can play some mind games with that. The cool thing is you're able to morph into people, which is probably the best thing about him. You could, like, let's say you're playing a matchup. Let's say you're playing against Raiden, right? And you're like, I want to be Jax now. You can morph into Jax, and then for the like 10 seconds you're morphed, you can try to annoy Raiden with ground pounds, and then when you morph back, you can go into a different character. So you can keep your opponent guessing and keep having them have to adapt with whatever character you decide to morph into. The downside is when you morph into somebody and you're morphing back, you have to go through the morph back frames, which is bad because when you're morphing back, Shang can't move. So characters are going to be getting in your face and trying to jab you or hit you, and it can be annoying. So sometimes with Shang, you don't want to be morphing all the time. You want to be patient and only morph it if it's really going to get you like the win on the round or be worth it. Because if you're just morphing just to morph and it's not doing much for you, and then your opponent's next to you and you have to morph back, they're going to abuse the hell out of that in you, and that's going to be hard for Shang. But really, where I play Shang is I place him like mid-tier. He's like middle of the pack. I have him in B tier. So under the tier where I placed Kung Lao, but he's above the tier where I have Sub-Zero and Johnny placed. So he's actually a good character. And aside from him having an annoying jump kick, he has really good jabs. Probably, you know what? I think Shang has the best rushdown in the game with jabbing only, because when you jab with him, I don't think any character can crouch this. So if you guys are able to notice on screen, you see how Shang is a lot shorter than Jax? Because Shang is shorter than Jax and you're jabbing, that means his jabs are shorter. They're closer to the ground. So because of that, this is a huge advantage, because any character you play against, like it doesn't matter if it's Melina, Katana, Scorpion, Baraka, Liu Kang, any character, right? You get next to them and you start jabbing like this, your jabs won't whiff on them because Shang is so short, so he has the best hitboxes on his jab. This means against every character, you can apply your jab pressure. So Shang, very good up close game on every character. He doesn't have to worry about jabs whiffing and then having no offense. Now another thing that he's very good at is because he's so short, when he ducks and crouch blocks, you see how he's much shorter than Jax when they're crouch blocking?
So short.
This helps Shang a lot, because now a lot of characters are not going to be able to jab Shang back. Like some of their jabs are going to be whiffing. So Shang, when you're up close with him and you have to like pressure him to get the life lead back, if you can't jab pressure him well, it's going to be harder for you to make that comeback and get the damage with chip, whereas he can pressure you. So that's one of the upsides about Shang. He's got a very good hurt box, small size, great hitbox on jabs, works on every character. And yeah, I'd say he's mid-tier. Now for the character after Shang, Katana. One of my favorite characters in this game. I think Katana's super fun to play. And the neat thing about Katana is this game isn't a big combo heavy game. However, Katana is the exception. She is a combo character in a game that's not a big combo game. And she gets combos off a lot of interactions. For example, remember how I told you guys before when I was going through Shang and Shang didn't get a combo off his jump kick or a follow-up? Because he just does jump kick and that's it? Well, Katana's different. When Katana hits you with a jump kick, it's very scary because of her air fan special. So what she could do is if she hits you with this, she could do an air fan. You see at the damage already, it's like 30%. And then the follow-up after that is you do this. You just do an instant jump kick after that. And if you time it properly, you get a combo. You see how much damage that is? That's over 50% for something as simple as doing a jump kick into a
Damn, dude.
projectile.
Two big combos.
So Katana hits like a truck in this game. Speaking of her fan, she also has Insnare fan, which you can do in a lot of the 2D MKs, even in UMK3. This is her best ability. Being able to Insnare fan out of nowhere, it makes her neutral a lot better. The cool thing is in this game, whenever your opponent gets hit by a fan, it causes a knockdown. They nerfed this in UMK3. In UMK3, the fan leaves you standing. In this game, it causes the opponent to go airborne and get knocked down. So if you hit them close enough with this, you're able to get a jump kick follow-up. Let me see if I could show you guys this. It's a little hard to do. But yeah, so that's a combo. That's like 30% right there. So whenever you see that happen, you can capitalize with Katana and get a combo. And in the corner too, like, you could actually get a fan lift if you're quick enough. I believe you can. But if not, you could just do jump kick. Now on to the Katana's next move, her fan lift. This is one of the best anti-airs in the game. If Katana's sitting there and she's reading that you're gonna jump at her, she's gonna anti-air with this. This is why it's very scary to jump at her. Because you see Kung Lao jump, I do this, well guess what? Now you're gonna lose basically 50%. She'll do jump kick fan into square wave and look at the damage you take. I think that's a little bit more than 50%. So yeah, Katana, you try to cross her up, jump at her, whatever, she reads it, your health bar is getting deleted. And in the corner, if you try jumping at Katana out of the corner, that's suicide, because she has 100% combos in the corner. So let me see if I remember the combo here. I believe you have to do two. It's been so long since I've been in tune with MK2, but I believe in the corner you can do 2 square waves. I forgot exactly what the combo is. I'm trying to remember it. Something like deep jump punch, jump kick. This isn't a combo, that's like an easy version, but that does like 75%. But there's a way for you to get, I think you have to do the air fan late into it. So maybe it's jump punch, late fan, fan wave, something like that. I forgot. I'm sure some of you guys you probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Katana, I'm not making up. Katana gets like 80% to 100% death combos in the corner. I have her in A tier, which is the tier under S tier, where I had Liu Kang placed. I have Katana A tier, and I have her right in front of Kung Lao. The only characters I have in A tier are first Katana, and then Kung Lao. So that would make her number 4 on the tier list. She's extremely strong. She's got 3 good special moves. Like even in here, her square wave, you're able to throw a fan after that. A little fun fact, they nerfed the hell out of Katana in UMK3. They nerfed her fan. They nerfed her square wave. Like, you can't do a fan toss anymore now when the square wave hits you. They got rid of that. They nerfed her fan lift. They gave it so much damage scaling. They made it slower, so it's not a good anti-air anymore. They kind of butchered a lot of Katana's specials in UMK3 because of how good they were in this game. So Katana's got 3 good specials in here. Her fan lift is an insanely good anti-air. It leads to monstrous damage. Air fan, one of the best specials. She's a good jumping character because, again, the threat of her jumping at you and doing this, leading to so much damage, is scary. And she could sometimes, if you're waiting to anti-air her, she could do a fan lift. I mean, she could do a fan toss and then bait out like an anti-air, so she could play mind games in the air. Now let's talk about her normals. So she shares Melina's normals. Melina's got good jabs. This also applies to Katana, obviously, because they share normals. So Katana's able to pretty much jab most characters in the game. Not as good as Shang, but she can pretty much jab, I want to say, basically every character in the game she's going to be able to do her jab pressure on, except for possibly Shang. So aside from one character in that matchup, she has good offense on a lot of characters. And then she has her fan swipe move, this attack, which is unique to her. This is plus on block. So after, you can either do a sweep or you can go into a jab because of how quick it recovers. The one thing you need to notice is look at Kung Lao's life bar when I do the fan toss on block. You see the chip on that? It does a lot of chips. So whenever you can sneak these in, and this move works on like half of the characters in the game. Some characters it'll whiff on because they're too short, like Johnny and Shang. But the characters it works on, you can sneak this in while doing jab pressure, and it does a lot of chip. And in the corner, it's scary because if this hits you, because Katana's so plus off of it, if you get hit by this in the corner, so she'll transition into her block jab infinite in the corner. So her fan swipe is a good move. Her having some of the better jabs, again, she can even hit you with her close high punch because of how plus that is. If this hits you in the corner, well, guess what? Now you're stuck in the block jab infinite, and she wins the round. Her close high kick, unfortunately, is bad. This is kind of like the male ninjas where you never want to use that. If you use this, it's a minus on hit, minus on... It's just horrendous. It doesn't even knock down. So never use that. Just use your sweep if you're looking for a move to hit them when you're plus. because sweeps are great in this game. So Katana I have placed in A tier. Extremely good character, number 4 in the tier list. One of my favorite characters playing MK2. And all around a great character. A good comeback character. If you like combos, you want to play Katana. Next we have Jax. And this is probably the best Jax has ever been, aside from MK3. Because his toolkit is so amazing in this game. First of all, he fits the meta so well. I mean, he's got the ground pound, which is one of the best specials in the game. This will make every character have to approach you, basically. If they don't have a way to avoid this, everyone has to come to you and play Jax's game. He has a great anti-air with high kick, really good hitbox. He has a decent projectile. He has a really good air throw, which is 1 frame. He can jump in there and air throw you. He could punish some moves by doing jump kick air throw, which does, look how much damage that does. That's like 35%. You can kind of machine gun ground pound back to back if you time it properly. See if I can get it here. Yeah, stuff like that. So things like that. Now that's not guaranteed. It's not like a true combo. Your opponent can jump between that. But the fact that whenever they get hit by ground pound, they have to immediately think, oh shit, is he gonna do another ground pound or do I have to jump here? And then that's when Jax starts playing mind games. When you jump at him, he has a good anti-air with his high kick. So Jax is a character you could play him very simple and play very lame and zone people out. He's unique in how he zones, because other characters in this game, they don't have a ground pound like this. This is like Jax's unique style. Like the other zoners in this game, they're not zoning with a move like that. Another cool thing is he can punish some stuff with his gotcha grab, and this does decent damage too. It's like 20, that's like over 20% just for getting hit by this. And then he also has the most damage off his throw. When you throw somebody, he can do his multi-slam. So if you happen to get thrown by Jax, you're looking at taking like almost 30% just for getting thrown. So it's very easy for Jax to sometimes catch you with like a throw or a ground pound or anti-air, and then all of a sudden have the life lead. Now the only downside about Jax is his jabs aren't some of the best. Like they do it on some characters because of how tall he is, and because he's like a big sized character, sometimes it can be awkward for him to evade some stuff. Even when he crouch blocks, he has a high crouch block. What is surprising, he has a small ducking hurt box, but a very big crouching hurt box, a crouch blocking hurt box. I think even Raiden, if he does Superman, Jax is so small when he crouches that the Superman will whiff over his head, and it's like one of the few characters that applies to Raiden. But yeah, Jax, extremely strong, considered by many to be number 2. I have him S tier, number 2, right in front of Liu Kang. And there's even a couple of people that think if Jax is mastered and played properly, he can be seen sometimes as 1 in some people's eyes. But I have him as number 2. One of the best characters. Now on to Mileena. And I'm sure a lot of you are not going to be surprised by this, because Mileena being one of the most popular characters in MK2, whether it's like low-level casual play or high-level matches, people love playing Mileena in this game. And it's not only because she's a cool and interesting character, but it's also because she's top tier as hell. I have her S tier as the best character in the game. She doesn't lose to anybody. She can adapt and play in any matchup. You can zone with her. You can be aggressive with her. She shares the same normals as Katana, aside from the fan swipe. So she has excellent jabs. She has a good sweep. She makes people scared to move against her and let go block, because if you're like, oh, Mileena's coming in, I'm gonna jab her back and try to move, well, again, she has one of the best special moves, her roll attack. Extremely fast special, launches you on hit. This move's gonna make you want to block. So when this hits you, she could do something like that. Look at that. You get hit by that, you're losing like over 30. So Mileena, when she hits you, she's a character where you don't want to give her damage like that. So what you're going to be doing against her is you're going to be doing this a lot. You're going to be blocking because her roll is that good. And because you're playing safe and blocking against her, she's going to be able to rush you down and pressure you. I think she's the best rush down character in the game because of her toolkit. Her normals, her having access to this roll move to get you to want to block, it's so easy for her to just chip you and get the life lead and just bully you to death and make you want to move or do stuff so she could use her roll. In terms of her other specials, like I mentioned earlier, her Sai is one of the best projectiles in the game. Does good damage. They're both fast on the ground and air. You have to charge it for a second and a half. They can be abused in the air like crazy. You can almost be in there 24/7 with her. You could do jump ins, go into side. You could do jump back checks into air sides on the way down to cover yourself. You can mix your approach. You can chip people out of them trying to jab you back. This is probably the best projectile in the entire game. It's extremely good. And then, like, just like Katana, now Mileena doesn't have the damage that the other character has. However, she can do things like convert into like a jump kick roll, and they get a combo that way. So not only is roll a good punisher, but if you're getting a hit, you can go into combos with it. Even like if you're in the corner, you're like, okay, and Mileena threatens you with a jump in if she hits you. I mean, look at that damage. That's me dropping the combo, but that's over 50%. Then to cover her last move, she has her teleport, obviously. This is probably her worst special move overall, because it's minus on hit, your opponent recovers first, and it's really only used on a hard read on occasional jump-ins. Like, let's say you're reading a Baraka jump-in or whatever, and you just want to do this, you can do that, and you can also use it as a hard read to counter projectiles. But for the most part, you got to be careful with this move, because they block it, they're going to punish you. But it's a solid move. I mean, it's a teleport in a game where there's not many teleports. It's another reason why your opponent's going to want to be careful to throw things at you. This just gives Mileena more freedom in neutral to just zone or approach you and bully you. So yeah, Mileena, best character in the game. She doesn't lose to anybody. She can adapt to any kind of playstyle. She could play lame. She could rush you down. She's extremely aggressive. She has the best punisher. She converts off a lot of hits and punishes with roll. So I have her ranked number 1. Now we're getting to Baraka. And unfortunately for Baraka, he's like the complete opposite of Mileena. Not the greatest character. Actually, I have him bottom tier. I have him all the way down in D tier. The only other D tier character I have is Reptile. But I think Baraka is not as bad as Reptile, because the thing with Baraka is, even though his special moves aren't that great, like, he's got a decent projectile. It's not amazing, it's okay. His Chop Chop is kind of a risky move to use. You really only want to use this as like an anti-air, or like a way to, like, if you're able to use it as a punish, you get some chunky damage off of it. You can see it does a lot of damage. It does like almost 20%. So it hits hard, and then on a lot of characters you can do that, and then you could probably go for like a jump in after, depending on the character. But yeah, and in the corner, it can be kind of tricky for some characters to punish. Like, I know Katana, if you block this in the corner as her, because of the pushback on this, she can't really punish it because she doesn't have like a fast advancing special. So you're able to abuse this on some characters. If they don't have like a fast punisher, you can get away with doing this on block. And if you notice Johnny's health bar, do you see the chip on this? It does good chip damage. So it's a good way to close out a round. But yeah, for the most part, you're gonna want to be using it as like an anti-air. If someone jumps at you, chop them and take a good amount. But yeah, aside from that, he only has 2 special moves. Just these 2, and then his other move is Blade Swipe. This is basically a worse version of Katana's Fan Swipe. It hits nobody crouch blocking because it's so high, so you can't use it in pressure. However, if they're stand jabbing like this, you can use it to chip them. It'll chip them. It does good chip on block, and it's also plus on block. So even though it's not as good and useful as his other moves, you can use it for that situation. It's a little rare to use it. It's a little harder to use. And yeah, we gotta get into Baraka's jump-ins now. He has some of the best jump-ins. His jump punch and his jump kick are very tricky to anti-air for some characters. You have to have specific anti-airs. You have to be spacing yourself a little bit better than other characters. Otherwise, his jump-in will hit you. So Baraka a lot of times will be jumping at you, and it's easier for him to either get a hit or get next to you for you to block a jump-in. Now, the thing about his jump-ins is he has a similar downside to that of Shang. Remember earlier when I said Shang, when he gets a jump-in, he doesn't have a way to follow it up? Same issue here with Baraka. Baraka doesn't have a way to get a combo off his jump-in. So if he hits you with a jump-in, he can't really do anything after it as a follow-up. Like, even his projectile's too slow to follow up. And obviously his Chop Chop's not going to reach. The only time his jump is scary is in the corner. Because if you hit them with this, you can go into chop chop, and you know you'll get good damage off that. But yeah, even though he probably has the best jump ins in the game, he just doesn't have a follow up off of them, but they're good. And now the last thing about Baraka, actually 2 more things. His jabs are solid. I'm trying to think. I think his jabs work on everybody except for Johnny, which you guys can see. Johnny is one of the smallest crouch blocking characters. I think his jabs work on everybody except for Johnny and possibly Shang. Aside from those 2 characters, he has good jab hitboxes. Like, they'll work on everybody. Female ninjas, Raiden, Jax, Liu Kang, Kung Lao, male ninjas. So he's got good jabs. Now on to something else that Baraka has that's good, is his close high kick. A lot of characters have a bad close high kick move, but not Baraka. Baraka's close high kick, this is actually good. You can stagger it like this. It's got a good it's slightly minus on block. It's plus on hit. And your opponent's gonna have to basically let go of block quickly to challenge you after this. The thing is, you can go into his immediate second hit to catch them. And even though this whiffs on certain characters like Johnny, on the characters this works on, again, it's very good on block. It's slightly minus. And it does good chip damage because it's basically you blocking 2 normals. And if this hits, you could do like an instant jump kick. I know this combos. Yeah, so you could do something like that. That's like 30%. So this is probably Baraka's best thing. So while you're jab pressuring, it's scary to move from Baraka because he could do his close knee. And then depending on the character you're on, if the hitbox hits you, you can get like a little combo after that. So Baraka, even though again he's bottom 2, not to say he's entirely bad, he does have some tools that are serviceable. He's weaker than other characters in my opinion, so you gotta work a little bit harder with him. But I do think he's better than Reptile. I actually find Baraka fun to play. I play him occasionally. Now on to Scorpion, who's the 3rd male ninja character. Now Scorpion, I think he's better than the other male ninjas. I think he's better than Sub-Zero. I think he's better than Reptile. Now obviously they all share the same issue, right? They have okay normals. Like, the jabs aren't the best. These are gonna whiff on half of the characters in the game, but the characters that they can jab pressure is good, like Kung Lao being one of them. He's got a teleport which you can use for mobility, so he can move around quickly, do it in the air. He can be annoying to catch sometimes. The only downside with the teleport is that if you get near the wall, near the corner, he can't teleport out. It's not like UMK3. So when you get Scorpion near the corner, you have to be careful with your spacing. You want to make sure your positioning with Scorpion is good, and you're mindful. When you're approaching the corner, you kind of want to hold your ground mid-screen and keep the fight here, like in this space, so that way you're always able to teleport and they don't take that option away from you. Because if they put you in the corner, Scorpion's options get reduced a lot, which makes it harder for you to win with him. Now in terms of his other moves, this move sucks. You don't want to be using this move. If you hit your opponent with this, they basically recover before you and they can like hit you before you move, so it's awful. However, the only situation I could see you using this move is if, let's say, they have 1% life left. You can use it to chip them. That's about it. Because this move, for some reason, it's slightly better on block than it is on hit. I know that doesn't make any sense, why this is more unsafe on hit, but that's just how it is. So this is a move that's it's generally not good. But if you do want to use it, you could use it when they have 1% life left to catch them off guard and you could chip them. His other move being his spear. This is a decent projectile. It's hard to hit people with it from far because they're gonna usually be kind of careful against Scorpion because they're already worried about your teleport. Because since they're not throwing projectiles a lot on you because they don't want to get hit by this, they're gonna be playing more of like a safe game against you, so it's gonna be hard to hit them with this. But if you do happen to hit people with your spear, the cool thing is if you're close to them with spear and you hit them with it, you usually get that as a combo uppercut. But a little trick is the further you are away from them, if you do Scorpion Spear, you can get another spear. See how that? And that's actually a combo, so you can get 2 spears depending how far they are. So that's very good to keep in mind. And again, because Spear is a combo starter, If he anti-airs you, you can go into that and get a combo. So Scorpion's damage is good off punishes. Like when he's anti-airing you, or when he's landing a jump kick, like he could do stuff like this. You're able to combine like 2 special moves here. Jump kick, teleport, spear. And then you could actually do another spear. Let me see if I could show you guys. Damn, I did it too late. But basically, if you pull that off, you're looking at... That's like almost 60. I know you're able to do that, it's just a little hard. Doing the double spear, it's harder depending how far your opponent is from you. So the further they are away from you when you hit them, the easier it is to do the double spear. The closer they are, you're not going to be able to do, like, if, let's say I hit my opponent up close, right, with a spear, I don't have time to do another one. So when you go for that off the jump kick, it's pretty tight. Like, you got, the frames are pretty tight on that, because it's depending how far you hit them with it. But if you time it, you can get it. It's just very hard to do. So Scorpion hits like a truck off his jump kick. Spear is good for converting off like anti-airs and stuff like that. And another move Scorpion has is his air throw. This is a very underrated move because it's a 1-frame air throw, and it's tricky to jump at Scorpion at certain ranges because when you jump at him, he'll just jump in the air and air throw you. Also, if you're trying to cross him up, he'll jump up and grab you, so he's hard to cross up too. So Scorpion, even though he's not top tier, he's pretty underrated. I have him ranked in B tier. I have him under Shang Tsung. So I have him placed B, which is under the tier of A, where I had Katana and Kung Lao ranked, and above the C tier, where I had Sub-Zero and Johnny ranked. So I have Scorpion in like the middle of the pack. He's like around Shang Tsung's tier. He's not one of the best characters, but I don't think he's one of the worst. I think he's pretty solid. Now onto the last character in the game, and then this is where the tier list is complete. Now we get to Lord Raiden. Now Raiden, I have him same tier as Scorpion. I have him in B tier. And B tier is Raiden, Shang Tsung, and Scorpion. So I have Raiden ahead of Shang Tsung and Scorpion. I think Raiden's a little bit better than Shang, but not by much. I think they're around the same level. The cool thing about Raiden, it's kind of similar with Scorpion, where he also has a teleport, so you have good movement with him. You have mobility, you can anti-zone, and you don't have to worry about, you know, if you're in the corner, your teleport won't work like Scorpion. You have more freedom with Raiden to use it like that. The only thing is you can't do it in the air like Scorpion, but his teleport is solid. You just got to be careful how you use it. You don't want to obviously be spamming it like this because they could read it and then punish you. But for the most part, having an option to teleport behind your opponent is better than not having it. So it's definitely a good move to have. Now, this isn't what makes Raiden good. What makes Raiden good, and why I have him placed as in B tier, and I have him ranked number 6, is because of 2 moves. One, his Shocker, and his Superman. Superman is kind of an annoying move. You do it on your opponent. It's got very good wall carry, so whenever Raiden's hitting you with this, you're going to the corner, and he's gonna have you there, which is better for him. You could also do it in the air. So again, if Raiden hits you with a jump kick, guess what? He's converting into Superman, which means now he's going to be getting extra damage, and he's going to be getting you closer to the corner, and he's getting good damage off that. So decent punisher too. You can punish some moves with Superman. This move can be kind of annoying sometimes for your opponent to punish, because when they block it, you see the pushback on this? They have to do specific punishes, and sometimes, depending how random the Raiden is, like let's say you're up close with him and then you're not ready for Superman, out of nowhere he could do Superman, and occasionally your opponent may miss the punish because of that, because you may be too late to do a jump kick punish or a special move punish or a projectile punish, so you can sometimes get away with that. So with Raiden, you have to keep your opponent guessing. You don't want to be too obvious with what you're doing with him. But yeah, Raiden is good for getting your opponent to want to block sometimes. Now we get into a Shocker. This move is very interesting. So this move is an extremely fast combo starter. It won't hit your opponent if they're airborne. It'll always whiff, right? They have to be grounded for it to hit. And if they're blocking, it won't hit either. So you have to be next to them, like touching them, and they have to be not blocking and on the ground for this to work. But when this hits your opponent, what you can do is you basically get a full combo after it. You could do that. You see that combo I just did? I did double high punch into Superman, and that did basically 60% into like corner carry. So whenever Raiden gets close to you, because he has a shocker move and it comes out so quickly, while he's pressuring you at any time, his mid is so scary. He could at any time do a shocker move, and if you let go of block at the time, you're getting hit by this. You're eating a fat full combo into corner carry, and it just takes Raiden 2 shockers to kill you. So when Raiden's in your face, it's scary. Because again, if he can pressure you with his jabs, you have to play the mind game. Is he at any time, do you want to take the risk to let go of block, to poke out of his pressure, but then get hit by the shocker? So Raiden has that going for him, which is, I think is very fun. And then lastly, of course, he has his projectile, but I think his projectile is okay. It's not one of the better projectiles, but it is decent. You can use it in some matchups, and if they block it, it is a little bit safer than some projectiles. But yeah, Raiden's a fun character. He's another character I like playing in this game. He's more of an up-close character. He has the ability to anti-zone. You can play foots with him. You can play safe. You can kind of be patient with him, and when you're in on your opponent, it's scary for your opponent to want to move, because again, at any time, they're not going to know when you're going to let the shocker rip, so that's going to get them to block a lot. So the characters he's able to jab and pressure like this, I think that's where Raiden excels. So yeah, this is the tier list I have basically for MK2. To go in order, I guess because some of you came here late, but to go in order from the best to worst. Number 1 tier list, I have Mileena. Number 2, Jax. Number 3, Liu Kang. This is the S tier. These 3 are top 3. Then for A tier, the tier under them, I have Katana, then Kung Lao. These are the only 2 A tier characters, so that's the top 5. Then after Kung Lao, the tier below is B tier. I have Raiden, Shang Tsung, and then Scorpion for B tier. And then under them, the next tier would be C tier, and I have Sub-Zero and Johnny. And I'm not sold on Sub-Zero being better than Johnny. I think maybe you could argue Johnny's better than Sub-Zero. They're pretty close in terms of level, but I don't know. I think maybe in the future I could see myself thinking Johnny's probably better than Sub-Zero because of the corner block trap off nut punch. But then we get to D tier, bottom tier, and it's Baraka and Reptile, 2 worst characters. Now again, just because they're bottom tier, I'm not saying you can't win with them or it's impossible or they lose like 10-0 to Mileena and Jax. I've seen people before get wins with Reptile on like a Jax or a Mileena. It's just that you have to work a lot harder. But yeah, Baraka, 2nd worst character in the game in D tier, Reptile the worst. Again, I'm not saying it's impossible to win with them. Even though they're bottom tier, Reptile has a good move. Invisibility is a good move. It's just pretty much his best move. And then Baraka has some cool stuff too, like his close double hitting mid string. That's a good string. His jabs are good. Chop Chop is good on characters that can't punish it in the corner for chipping. But yeah, so MK2, I mean, it's kind of underrated. I never really played MK2 that much. I've always been more of a UMK3 and Trilogy guy. But since Legacy came out, I've been playing a lot of MK2, and it's actually fun. I think the MK2 is very underrated as a game. And now I can see why it's pretty popular. Like, a lot of people are playing it that I've seen, and it's because the game is fun. Characters have like unique playstyles. Like, you want rushdown characters, you could play Raiden, Katana, you know, Mileena. You want like the turtley, keep away characters with zoning. You have Jax, you have Liu Kang. You want characters with mobility. I mean, you have Kung Lao, and then you have other characters like Shang could morph, Reptile's invisibility, Scorpion has teleports, Sub-Zero has, you know, his game. So overall, MK2, very underrated game. Surprisingly, I've been having a lot more fun with it than I thought I ever would. And I don't know, maybe we'll see. Maybe MK2, this is like the revival of MK2. Maybe people are starting to realize how good it is.
I'm gonna be done for drawing for that. I'm not sure if I want to play a game or wrap it up. I might play a game. I don't know. I'm tired, but I don't have to work till a little later. Sorry. I'm posting my art on social media real quick. I'm gonna just fly over it, and I'll come back and I'll probably play a game. I might play some Tenchu. I don't know yet. All right. There's nothing on the screen. Anyway, I'll be right back. Dude, what the fuck happened to my stupid video? My goddamn camera went fucked up. I must have unplugged something. My bad. I always fuck up on that. Why's the galaxy there? I forgot to turn that on. Damn it, I gotta unplug it now. Shit. Let me just turn that off. I'll just leave it on here, right? Maybe. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna go to break. Just a little break, and I'll be right back, and I'll fix this thing. I'm gonna go Donkey Kong. I'll be RP.
You choose her or not choose wrong. With the skipper hot. She's one cool, calm, her DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. not choose from. With a skipper heart, she's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper heart, she's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh, finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Huh. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop, she's one cool Kong. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs.
1 second. Oh shit, I didn't fix my stupid video. Excuse me, what the hell? Ah, it still didn't fucking come back on. There we go. My bad. Sometimes I hit the little USB thing with my fucking foot, and I don't realize it. My hair messes up. I don't fucking know it. Big fucking feet. Look at this timeless classic. Until I cry about how hard it is. That music, dude, so much. I always think about it, like, it was rent free in my head. But, like, even before I started playing this game again, I always just kind of thought about it. So it's been, like, stuck in my head. This game soundtrack has left an impression on me. Specifically this one, part one. Ayame. Mm. Just look at something real quick. I turned up the resolution a little bit, and the models look a lot less fucking pixelated. I mean, that's cool. Let me see if I can get a better grade. I don't think it matters, but...
Lord God,
Sure. Wait.
Shut your bitch ass up!
Yeah! Hey!
Shit, my bad. Oh, stupid. Yeah, we got from that fucking... That's flipping doopy down. I mean, they didn't... What? You bitch? You saw me? Are you for really reals? Saw me from right there. Okay. Didn't see me? How do you get past this guy? Just fly over? I don't think that counts as a side. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. That's so. So there's 3 guys here. The fuck? Oh, you dumb fucking idiot!
What?
Oh, Lord.
Wait!
Oops. Dude, the fucking controls kind of suck. If there was some kind of like, yeah, like turn corners, you gotta like and control it. Bitch. Get your ninja ass over there. What is stopping you? What is... No. Same. You say. Is it instant kill? It's... Jesus Christ. How many ninja stars does it take? Shurikens. It doesn't kill with one hit. I think it only works on the animals. Nice.
Excellent. You will bring me great honor.
Nice. So even if you get cited, you still get grandmaster touch. Slightly cited, not completely. Whatever it is. Excuse me.
One of Lord Goda's ninja was captured while undercover in a hostile territory. The missing ninja is in a torture chamber deep under a dangerous forest.
Goda D's nuts.
To immediately free the captive, Lord Goda has released you from the ninja code, which forbids rescues. You must free the captive, and quickly.
One second. Super shuriken. Fire to each shuriken simultaneously. Okay. It's just shitty. Okay. Oh, I'm going the wrong fucking. What? I don't fucking.
What? Hey!
Wrong fucking way.
What? You.
But slightly.
What?
It's so hard to fucking control that goddamn special. You fucking get into shit so much. It's so fucking. It's such a waste too. Like if you never knew how to use it, you just wasted it your first time. It's so fucking lame. Oh. Did I go the right way? Nope. Where did I go? It's so hard to control. Where am I now? Just on the other fucking side. It's fucking coyote. Right way. It's fucking wasted. You just get caught on some fucking goddamn asset. Bitch. Bitch. Wrong way. Built the coyote. So all I gotta do is just like plug this hole, right? Do I even need to waste that? I just hug the fucking wall.
What? Hey! Come
You're a
on!
bitch. So I gotta worry about that. They'll never see me.
Hey!
Bitch. You weren't supposed to fucking see me yet. I can actually get him, I think. Bitches. Something. I don't think it matters, but god damn fucking rice ball. Hey. Oh, he saw a dead body? Bitch, stupid fucking loser. How dare you fucking see a dead body? Get over and fucking this shit. What the fucking is happening here? So he's gonna get triggered by that fucking dead body. Can I still get that one? Oh shit, I'm not nowhere close to that mother effer. He's gonna see me probably if I roll. Hey.
You.
This ass loser. Oh, so funny. What's up? Can't see me. You look like choking. Oh, you bitch. I hate you. Hey. That's a sorry. Damn it, dude. No, loser. I hate you. I didn't mean to fucking jump like that. Idiot. Oh, fuck, this is a weird place. Can I go through here? No. Oops.
What? What? You.
Bitch, I don't even fucking see you. Yeah, it's right with that.
What? What?
Oh, that guy's that guy.
You.
Oh, they still see you even if you fucking have that on? You like get right up in their face, I guess.
You.
Dude, how fucking far are you?
What?
It's dumb.
What?
How the fuck do you get up there without fucking... Why does he run down like an idiot? Stupid. Oh shit. That was always...
What? Hey! What? Hey!
What the hell? You saw me? Sounds me. Nothing. Supposed to go this way? Yeah. Oops. What's he doing? I did not even fucking see that motherfucker. Till like the last second. Oh my lord. For real? What happened? What's up? Why am I running that way? What's up, dude? Yo. Me?
What? Where are you?
Ow.
What? Where are you? Where are you? What? Hey!
Oh shit. Those motherfuckers find that guy and they all fucking rage about it. So what do I do? Listen to that guy's dead. Who the first guys to find us?
Where are you?
Oh, I came this way. Oh shit, I'm almost at it. Good.
Hey! Yeah!
So gay. Just run up and
Hey! Yeah!
so stupid looking.
Hey!
So let me just do this missing.
What? Where are you?
That bomb even go off? Are you for real? He doesn't even move?
You!
So stupid.
Where are you? Yeah!
I want to do this instead.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yeah!
Damn, this on me?
What? Where are you? What? 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 What?
Okay. Dude, fucking wasted so much time trying to turn the corner. That didn't fucking work. Let me try my fucking thing. Who the fuck saw me? I guess I was trying to.
So, the mice come out to play. That means you get to play too.
Nice fucking. Let's see.
So,
Wait. Shit, they see me.
so, the mice come out to play. That means you get to play too. You can't play no more. You
No.
Die in peace, you misguided soul.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Who's that?
I am Onikage. I shall eventually come for Goda and your head.
Why they have such stupid accents?
Become a more worthy opponent for me.
Some crazy fucking
You took your time getting here.
I beg your pardon?
bagpipes.
I guess you deserve a thank you this time.
Shut your.
Shut your bitch ass up!
It's a ninja's favorite soda. Yeah. Grandmaster.
Shut your bitch ass up!
This is just normal. I think I'm done. I'm just gonna visit it. Where is he? I got him. My eye. Well, what's it doing? Dicks. I just want to see if this one game works. Then I'm gonna get going. I download the right. Yeah, well, you can go in. I don't think I downloaded them right. Is this game? No. I cannot figure it. Because I think it's an endpoint. Yeah, I'm not. So I'll try to figure this out later. So I'm gonna get going. Peace out later. Thank you for anybody who was here. Later. Love you.